Hello, hello. Hey, Andrew, how are you? Thank you for checking in. Appreciate it. Day is good. Day is very good. Hey, Rain. Because he bullied me. He's gonna throw me to the wolves. Make me actually heal. Wow! Wow! At least this one has a head of hair. She's up in Yulmore. Remember Moen? Or Moena? Which means the two of them wouldn't have been able to get to know each other yet. Because they were on opposite sides of the conflict. I do! Hi, Jackie! Oh. This is why, you have to do the role quest for the story. It's related to the MSQ. Yeah. I'm letting Andrew know that that's what this is. And look how pretty it is. I get my class gear. Class gear. Give me. New clothes. That's what I've got here. New gear.
O stewards of the Ondo, we offer up our light in answer.
That crystal you showed the artisan. Was it... Did it belong to one of my friends? I tried to give you a measure of privacy. No one wants a spirit looking over their shoulder every moment of the day. So tell me, if you would, how did you come across that crystal? It was Lamit's, then. Strange that I should learn such things now, after they're long gone. They were fine friends, every one of them. I didn't expect death to teach me so much. About them, about Seto, about you, about the hope that hides at the heart of this world. I've never been one for idle chit-chat, but if by some miracle I could see them all again, I doubt I would ever stop talking. I'm grateful I got to bend your ear at least. And Just for that, I reckon I'll stick with you. To the very end.
Apologies, we were a little late to the gathering.
It seems we succeeded in gaining their trust.
The delay wasn't exactly welcome, but at least our many hands made light work. And they seemed especially impressed with your contribution. Our hero indeed.
Y'shtola was telling us those structures may date back to the age of the Ascians.
An Ascian homeland. Despite his many protestations, I never quite believed Emmett Selk was telling the truth.
Nor I. But there is no denying the evidence before our eyes. Clearly this was once a great city. A home they would see restored, no matter how many tens of thousands of years it takes.
It's a hollow dream when you think about it. Even if they manage to rejoin all the worlds, they'll never bring back the ones who were lost. But would I have done any different?
How are you feeling?
You have completed your devotions?
Yes. To the honored ancients have we offered up our prayers and our gratitude. You too have our thanks.
Might we trouble thee then to tell us more of the illuminated land of which thou didst lately speak?
To the west of here lies a great trench. Some days ago, a light appeared in that endless darkness. Curious, we ventured closer and discovered in the depths an entire city. The buildings we spied were akin to our own everlasting abodes. Impossibly so. We understood at once the ancients had risen. There could be no doubt. Taken with terror, we retreated to the cups, and I decreed that none should enter the trench until such time as we received a sign.
Might it still be possible to reach this city of the ancients?
With no water to drown you, a finless one could now travel there. Yes. I am convinced you are the sign for which we have been waiting. My people will show you the way.
Shall we?
Stola, I already have the clothing. Do you not see that I have changed into better clothing? No? I guess she wouldn't. You scaredy cat. Well, remember, she's blind. I'm pretty sure all clothing has roughly the same properties. Like, etherically. Oh yeah, no. For sure. Our light corruption is fucking with her vision. But like, even if she were able to tell, like, I am clothed, I'm pretty sure all of a healer's armor is similar in, like, how it would look for her. So it's like, I don't think she'll be able to tell this armor is slightly different than that armor. I don't think she'd be able to do it. Yeah, honestly, I wish they would do more with her blindness, because the times where they do use something with her blindness, like the whole, describe the sky scene to me, that was really cool, and I wish they would do more of that. But more often than not, it's not even a plot point. It's not even something that she has to consider. It's just, nah, she can see. So this is more of a mechanical thing. But when you craft a piece of gear, your name is etched into the gear. So I've always taken it as, like, you imbue your ether into it. But there's no, like, thing they say in the lore that either supports or contradicts that. It's just something I like to think. Okay. That is how it works, Thancred, yes. I do like that. You can either do it the long way and be safe, or you could do what Alize did. You could do it, Alpino. And here's the safe rock path if you wanted it. See, you did it. Uh-huh. Where'd Reen go? Reen, our girl. Normally she's with Thancred, but she's wandered off somewhere. And there she is. I guess I just missed her. Maybe she went a different way. Maybe. I'd probably go for it if they let me. They might let me. Well, now you've both told me don't do it. Hang on, I'm gonna make sure there's nobody, like, along the route that I want to talk to. Okay. Ah, no. They don't even let me do it. Darn it. This is a tragedy. You can't go down there once you have flight. Can't believe it. Oh, hi, Arashi. Can't believe these people. And this is the normal way to get down here. Look at me go. They should just let me drive. Anyway.
By the gods.
When the Ondo spoke of a city, I did not think they meant an actual city.
Then we are seeing the same view. The remnants in the Ondo settlement were solid material structures. But these... everything here pulses with ether. 'Tis an enchantment on a monumental scale.
So this is mostly, now, one, very impressive. This is a very pretty place. It's probably my favorite zone in Shadowbringers, and it's a lot of people's favorite zone in Shadowbringers. But mostly this exists as a, look how goddamn powerful this man is. Because this is all done with pure ether, nothing else. Just the energy of the world. Yeah. Like that's the functional like reason why this exists. You see again, she kind of goes, "Man, we have no idea how this man is able to do it and why. It's too advanced. It's a lost civilization." Oh man, I've been recognized. Yes, I'm here by invitation. Ground floor. I do love that, no, she's not letting us out of her sight ever again. At least not willingly. Listen, this is his specialty. Talking. Yep. We're children. All of us are children. No, no, no. No, no, no. I think you misunderstand. This thing thinks we're children. Not, oh, you're the size of a child. No, no, no. Thinks we're a child. This is true. Probably because we're roughly humanoid shaped. Oh, you must be lost. Oh. Wherein lie the institutions most vital to the management of our star. Give me lore. Isn't that fun? Now, the reason I like the zone so much is how it's written. So obviously we're given the obvious exposition of the people who supervise and kind of govern the place is called the Convocation of the 14, right? That's the obvious shit. But the fact that they're questioning who rules, that doesn't make sense. Means they don't run via rulers. Like, that concept is foreign to this person. And they do this all over the place. You get so much lore in what they're not saying. It's very good writing. I want more of it. I always want more of it. This is the dialogue equivalent of show don't tell. And I'm all for it. Sure. They're really busy right now, children. They're doing something very important. The final days are upon us, and they have a lot of work to do. Small ones. Do you need me to walk you back home? That's so good. I love just the way that you're condescended at because they think you're a kid. Oh, they're very nice. But like, definitely talking to us as if we were like 5, maybe 10. Are you gonna be okay walking the streets alone? I'm sure your families are very worried about you. And again, they're doing a lot of really good world building. Well, not really world building, but like characterization of Emmett Selk here. Where, no, he's able to perfectly replicate every single person in this city. As individuals. Mm-hmm. Again, this is just so much of like, look how amazing Emmett Selk is. The flex. Yes, I too figured out that final days kind of met an apocalypse. Thank you. A memory in its perfection. Hang on. Start your conversation again. Hey. Oh, come on, please. No, I only get one shot to see it. Hang on. I'll talk to you in a little bit. They're having a conversation over here. Okay, they despawned and then they respawned. Yes? Ah! Thank you. That's all I wanted. Cacophonous keening from beneath the earth. And bucks up their creation magic. Man, what you just told me is that I should not stay with them. They're dangerous. Even the kids here are too big. Just saying. I am tiny compared to even their children. Yes. Are you sure that you should be here? Thank you for explaining to me that they plan to make Zodiark as like an official approved upon plan by a body of governing people. And not one of them I kind of went, perhaps we shouldn't. Or if they were quickly overruled. What's this? I wish I would explain more about what these are. Like, I know what rhetoric is, but like, come on, guys. have a specialized, like, building for arguing with people. I will never... So this one makes sense because obviously I wouldn't know, and neither would my character. But I have a pet peeve of starting any sentence with, as you know, or as we know. If we all know, then it wouldn't even be like a question. Stewards of Order, responsible for decisions which keep the star turning season after season. Speaker La Habrea, Emissary Elidibus. Each seat is occupied by an elected sage of surpassing intellect. Man, you couldn't tell with La Habrea, though. Logriff, Mitron, Emitselg. Are all titles which we've known about. They're just of respect and a matter of tradition. Oh, that's a cool little hint. I didn't notice that the first time. A seat in the convocation is soon to be left vacant. One did say no. And was pushed out. Or left. Just said, nah, I'm up for that. Not gonna do that, sorry. I'm gonna find my own way, and then off they ran. And I had known this, but I thought we got that in, like, this is a thing that you know in Shadowbringers, but I thought you learned it later. I didn't remember that you learned it before the end of base game. Hello, you two. Sorry, Alize. They're gonna treat all of us like we're 10. Listen, this is really cool. It's extra lore about primals, which is kind of the important bit. Oh, nice. Only 3. I'm gonna check ether currents though. Okay, I don't have to look for ether currents. Ether currents are done. I just need to have the side quest done. Nice. Goodness, for even close to be a concept. Getting a little bit of the culture. Individuality bad. Individuality bad because we don't want war. Everybody has everything. Where have I heard this before? I've been told you have clothes. Yes, that's what I find odd. Not that you just craft clothes out of thin air. Yes, you accidentally made a griffin. Thank you. Yes, that does happen once you hit a certain threshold. When there are truly no unique ideas. Aw, that's kind of nice of them. I would encourage you to embrace your creativity and work your magics without fear of failure. Very cute. Yes, please tell me of the mysterious art of talking to people. Ooh, reading material. Self-help guides. Oh no. Their obsession with the so-called mandate to approve only the most beneficial concepts for wider distribution, never mind the ridiculous subjectivity of their criteria, has led to the Bureau of the Architect astray from its original purpose. Come back later. No. My position has nothing to do with the intrinsic value of unique identity and whether or not is retained. Rather, I posit that the reproductions of a given concept are inherently imperfect, and thus they are themselves unique, albeit in minor but significant degrees, and most importantly, this variance is not to be condemned, but celebrated. Better than to strive in vain for an impossible standard that, even if met, would leave us lesser for lack of diversity. Man, they are at it. I kind of agree with them, but they're going for it. I am. So you're to be an observer? No, that will not do. You must be an active participant. You must engage in the discourse. Only by doing will you learn and grow, little one. I like this guy. He has no name, but I like this guy. Okay, so you think that they should provide support? Okay, you don't think so, and the reason why... Oh. Because there's no way to choose between, you know, saving this one and maybe saving the next one. And they're also a half a star away. Which would be an immense amount of just resources wasted in this person's eyes. Oh, I see this person's point too. I agree. Oh, interesting. This person has decided to remove the moral question of it and just make it a, hey, this is a spot where we could absolutely test our ideas. So if it comes here, then we can save ourselves. Oh, I also kind of agree with you. Clearly, I'm not very good at this whole, like, actual, like, debating part, because I agree with both of them, but it's kind of like, oh, no, I see the point. This person is concerned with the ethics of it, and the other person is, concerned with the logistics of it. Oh, I don't have a soul of a debater. I do agree, though, that talking with someone in a respectful way like that, obviously they were using something very lore-based, so you could kind of see, like, okay, how did people of this age view the final days and what they should do about it. But the way they were talking to each other in that very respectful way of, like, I disagree with you because of these points and I disagree with you because of those points, is useful for just general communication. Because you are exposed to more wide viewpoints. That's applicable to real life. And at no point did they, get pissy about it, or, like, it didn't devolve into, like, personal attacks. It was just, I disagree with your opinion. Yes, hello. Clothing. Give me clothing. A robe. I mean, yeah. Look at this. I stick out like a sore thumb. I'm the wrong color, and I have way too many ribbons. And my sleeves are too short. It's scandalous, really. It's not a cult. It's too big to be a cult. It was their entire society. They all thought this way. Except for, like, one or two. Okay. I can just submit concepts or I can request concepts. Please tell me of concepts. You've just told me this, so yes. Subversive creations. I do understand that you censor your populace, yes. Okay, same thing. A jellyfish? They're making a jellyfish. What you got? Automaton. Specifically, armed automata. Hello. I worry about what you're about to hand me. Oh. They're slimes. That talk. Oh, I've been slowed. Oh no, we're just gonna... Oh no. The slowest bike you've ever seen. There it goes. Sorry, heavied. Fun! I did. Here it is. They're so confused. They're like, what? What do you mean you don't know how to use it? Gee, thanks. I wish that that kind of process was actually that easy. Would make my life a lot easier. One of the convocation is, you know, responsible for your residency here. move along. I just skipped the line. You think I'm small, guys? You may. Oh no, one's become self-aware. Oh no, they've really become self-aware. Hi, Hythlodaeus. Though it's wild as he says that they were friends once. As if they're not anymore. And they kind of, that's some rough numbers. Half. That's probably why the last one didn't want to do it. Another half. Woof. There's only a fourth of people left. You can see it's just more and more and more. I can see why they wouldn't be okay with that. I appreciate that they're trying to make him kind of tragic in a way. But honestly, he doesn't read that way to me. Ah, someone can see him. Welcome back, Andrew. Hythlodaeus here is telling us that he is the version of us on the first. We are the same soul. And that the color is extremely distinctive. You can tell like Hythlodaeus is referring to a person that they know. And from now on, we are called, for Hythlodaeus, my new old friend. Okay, so before I continue, I'm going to describe or explain, or however you want to say it, a really simple way of kind of talking about all the philosophy that was kind of thrown in there. Again, I'm not Japanese. This is from an outside perspective. I'm gonna keep it simple because I don't know all the various nuances. Would love to know more. It'd be a cool religious studies. I don't have that kind of money. Anywho. So, in Japan, the idea of flowing water is extremely sacred and symbolic. It was really important in the original Shinto religion, and it's kind of important to Buddhist religion. Like, for example, you usually pour water on like the head of a saint, or a statue of a head of a saint. So, like, there are water rituals in Buddhism that were then co-opted into Japan's Shintoism religion. That's kind of how the two meshed. Japan originally took a lot of the rituals and practices of Buddhism into itself, and eventually it became a melding of these two ideas. The reason why is because water is extremely important to like Japan's survival in the early days. Like flowing water was really important to its agriculture, its infrastructure, just a bunch of stuff. And so they ascribed a lot of, especially rivers, waterfalls, these kind of things, to be like representations of the kami. They're sacred objects, they're sacred things. It also they're life-giving. It's water, right? Like all of the symbolism and ideas that you think of when you think of water is also being applied here. Now, so you take that, and also you have a lot of hot springs in Japan, which again is a healing thing. Hot springs have healing properties. So on and so forth, right? Like all this is really important. Now, because of that cultural idea, stagnant water and stagnation in general is bad. Is real bad. Like it's like the death of a nation. Like it's the worst omen you could possibly have. So flowing, progress, movement, these ideas, because they work in water, also work culturally. You want things to be flowing. You want the cycle to be okay. You want things to be open. Stagnation, so the stagnation of culture, the stagnation of political ideas, the stagnation of, a bunch of stuff, causes rot. It causes decay. Like, just think of a stagnant pool of water. How gross is that water? Right? And you see this in a bunch of places in Japanese storytelling. Hell, FromSoft has made it their entire brand. Now, because of that idea, so that big sweeping idea, and I think they even have a word for it, I just don't know what that word is. But because of that big sweeping idea of movement being a good thing, and it's good for progress, and it's good for growth, and it's good for life, and stagnation being rot and death and decay, what they've done with Zodiark here is they equated it to, okay, the star was having these cataclysms, and so the Convocation summoned Zodiark, which essentially, and they did this by sacrificing half of their people, so they gave up life for it, to basically maintain the status quo, to stop, to stagnate. Okay? That's what they did. But then the moment that they did that, things started to die. Because it's a giant primal. And it takes energy from the world to sustain itself. Things began to rot and decay and die. And so, to revert it back to their great golden age that they've already had, again, to stagnate further, they sacrificed half of the life that was left to do it again, to basically bring back all of, you know, the life that is being drained from this earth. And this cycle is gonna keep going because Zodiac wants more, right? Zodiac's hungry to maintain this golden age that Emmett Silk wants so much. He's gonna have to kill everybody to do it. Because now his goal is to bring back the people they've sacrificed. So again, turn back the clock, stagnate further. That's why Zodiac is called bad. That's why all of our heroes really, really don't like this idea, why they reject this notion. It's also why whoever the 14th member of the convocation was went no and left. Because they saw that as what it was. It's that stagnation, which again is symbolic in Japan. This is a philosophy we're talking about. This is not just primals and magic and da-da-da-da-da. No. We're talking about a cultural belief being put into a fantasy context. So they kind of put it as like, oh, Emmett Silk is this tragic villain, you know, because he's had to carry the weight of all these sacrifices. Thank you for the hydrate. I'll get to it. But I don't read it that way because I understand the cultural significance of what they're going for. So it's kind of like, okay, but it's kind of his own making. Obviously, the rest of the 14 too, or the 13, I guess, because the 14th one is gone. They've confirmed the 14th one left and said no. So the rest of the 13, sure, but it's kind of a tragedy of his own making. And I'm like, I don't sympathize with you as much as I would like to. Now, this is how tragedy works. Like this is a feature of tragedies. Is it supposed to be derived from this person's own faults and failures? So like it fits in with like classical tragedies. I just don't sympathize with it too much. That's a me thing. I'm like, nah, it's your fucking fault, dumbass. Should have thought it through better. You know, that's me. So I don't have that same like, oh, he's carrying the weight of all this sacrifice. I don't. Like, I acknowledge that. I see that. I get that. I just don't sympathize with it very much. And again, anytime you see like that idea, like that stagnation idea, man, take note of it. It's everywhere. Once you realize that's a thing they have, you'll see it fucking everywhere. Good tea. Oh wait, I'm just kind of going. Where am I going? I'm like, oh yeah, that general direction. Listen, I may be very versed in storytelling and motifs and ideas, and I try and be educated.
Huh? Who? What? Oh!
Right? But my sense of direction and my sense of time are abysmal. Truly abysmal. Yep. Oh, shit. Anytime. Oh, I see she didn't find anything. Sorry, Irene. You didn't find anything at all. I like how all four of them, especially these three, they made it sound originally like, obviously Irene was the one. Yeah. Like these three specifically were 100% using this excursion as an excuse to look for a cure for me, and none of them found it. Obviously, Irene's the one that's been the most obvious about it, but even these two who were trying to be kind of coy about it found nothing. I got my thing. No. I met this amazing person who gave me all of the lore. Yes, that is what they're going to do. They're going to basically join everyone to the source to make the source as strong as possible and then hand it all to Zodiark. A la Giant Primal. Which is another reason why I don't really sympathize with Emmett Silk that much. Like, it's sad and all, but they did it willingly. It was a choice they made. Like, it was something they did without coercion. 2, it doesn't actually solve the problem. Which is the big one for me. Like, it doesn't actually solve his issues, because now he's got to, you know, deal with a dead world. Like, what then, buddy? And 3, it necessitates the killing of millions to possibly trillions of people. All to bring back a handful in like, you know, the cosmic numbers. I mean, you're not wrong. Yeah, there's not really a better option. It's either die attempting this or die somewhere else and do nothing. Like, I can fly. Okay, they were nice to me and they didn't add a whole bunch of side quests doing that. Well, that's nice. He's gotten over that problem at least. Only Thancred's okay. Only Thancred's like, whatever, we're fine. I love Alize. Right? I love Alize. Always will. You're right, Emmett Silk's downfall would be the culmination of the Exarch's character arc. Rain! Rain, come on! Online! Rain! I know you know where I am. In this specific dungeon, yes. Thank you. For context, Andrew, this dungeon was infamous in its day. Tanks did not know what to do. I do not know if it is still the case, but I'm not willing to risk it. The tank memes were real. Yeah, she's streaming. I let her be. Oh, I might die. Unlikely, considering there's 2 expansions after this, but I might die. Whatever, Rain. Alrighty, I'm finishing up the cutscenes, you know. There's gonna be a few. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. What do you mean, Rain? I'm literally on the Shadowbringers quest. Good.
This really is unacceptable. I gave you very specific instructions.
Emmet Selk.
My invitation was for an abomination, ripe with the power to bring about the world's annihilation. Not this half-broken thing. Whatever am I to do with you? And I see you insist on keeping the same familiar company. Are you so lost without them?
It is not she who is lost without the familiar. Not content with remaking an entire city, you aim to fill it with the reconstituted souls of the dead.
I may have gotten a little carried away in my attention to detail, added a few unnecessary flourishes.
The burn. The shade.
Well, there's no point trying to hide it. Yes. Once the rejoining of worlds is complete, Zodiac will regain his full strength and shatter his prison. Then we shall offer up the Source's remaining inhabitants in sacrifice, that we might resurrect our brethren who died to bring Zodiac into existence. But what was it that you came here to do exactly.
Well, clearly the first one, because she's literally said that line in 10. I've come to stop you.
Did you now? One last do-or-die attempt to foil my plans before your mind dissolves into madness? How very, very heroic of you. In every single age, there is always someone who wants to stand up to the evil Ascians. Always the same arrogance, the same insistence that the world belongs to them, as if theirs were the only rightful claim, theirs the only existence worthy of preservation.
No, the issue is with the preservation part.
Even now, after everything, you refuse to see reason.
Right, that's kind of the deal breaker.
Fair that you are subject to suffering, that your lives will be sacrificed for the ancients.
Yes.
Look at me. I have lived 1,000 of your lives.
Which means that you're overdue.
I've bred with you, fought with you, grown ill, grown old, sired children, and yes, welcomed death's sweet embrace.
Obviously not permanent.
For eons have I measured your worth and found you wanting. Too weak and feeble-minded to serve as stewards of any star.
That's not the point.
Have your recent spats with Vorthri and his Sin Eaters taught you nothing? Have you not learned that your ignorance and frailty beget only endless misery? How long do you mean to perpetuate this farce? How much more must I endure your bumbling interference? Let us imagine that the laws of reality are again undone and the world faces true annihilation. Do you honestly believe that half your number would sacrifice themselves to save the other?
No, because it's weird.
Of course they wouldn't. And if you had witnessed history unfold as I have, you would reach the same conclusion.
What a bizarre standard.
You cannot be entrusted with our legacy. I will bring back our brethren, our friends, our loved ones. The world belongs to us and us alone.
And that attitude is kind of the problem, you entitled piece of shit.
Emmett Selk! We understand, truly, but it makes no difference. The ones you love are in the past, while ours are here in the present. One day, we too will be ashes and dust, but not today. Our time is not yet finished. We share your conviction, and that is why we will not abandon our course.
You think us the same? You think your tattered soul of equal worth to those I lost? Then come. Earn your place. Prove yourselves worthy to inherit this star.
This goes back to his whole, like, he doesn't see us as people, and therefore it wouldn't be murder to kill us.
Behold the coming oblivion. 'Twas the end of our era and the beginning of our great work. A fitting backdrop for your final judgment.
I shall wait within, but do not spend too much time on your preparations. There's no telling how much longer the guest of honor will last.
There we are. Right? Is the AC broken? Listen, he was spending so long talking about how sad we should be for him.
Welcome to the final days of Amaurot.
Cause he's ridiculous, okay? Like, let's go back to that, you know, I broke bread with you speech. Like, the things that he has laid claim to
Our star began to fray.
are
And the unchecked energies of
the Ascians, of course.
malformed beasts.
Then the Elegant Empire, which ruined its world. And then the Garleans. Like, those are the people that he lays claim to as, like, people. Right, but that's not like a people. That's one person. And even then only because we asked. He wouldn't do it otherwise. But yeah, like that's what he's saying he broke bread with us for. And I'm like, okay, yes, but you created literally the most expansionistic empires you possibly could to do it. Like, you could tell there was some kind of fundamental misunderstanding from the go. I mean, sure, but you could tell, like, even from the beginning, this is kind of his MO. Because again, what he decided to do before was the same thing. It was literally, okay, to preserve our star, we're gonna have to sacrifice about half our number to do it. Like, you do get the sense that how they work normally, is not actually healthy for the star itself, which is, again, the hypocrisy in all of it. This is a thematic thing that they're doing right now, which I'm all for them doing funny things for thematics. Like, it's supposed to feel ridiculous. It's supposed to feel thematic. They're doing it correctly. This is a feature, not a bug. You're not supposed to agree with him. And again, there is that again, a fundamental misunderstanding on his part. Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point. That's the entire purpose, Andrew, right there. Is, yeah, if you keep doing this, then nobody's left. Good job, Dragoon. I saw that. Oh, wrong side. I got you, Rain. Right? And I meant in terms of like they stood like right next to a meteor, and I'm like, you're gonna die. I'm not a shield healer. I have one shield, and it shields a single human. Whoa. Am I now about to learn that this was always a healer dungeon? And I just didn't know because I don't play healers. Am I about to learn this knowledge? Anyway, back to what I was saying. There's also that fundamental understanding of like, just because we are not as powerful or as, I don't know, complete as the ancients, that somehow we don't deserve to live. Which is a bit of a yikes. I've heard that exact justification for how people treat other human beings before. That's a very racist idea. They're keeping this in the context of, a video game, and therefore like, oh no, everyone here is like a part of the same soul or whatever the hell. Like, that's a very racist idea.
The land buckled. The
Somehow,
cities
because
burned.
they're different from you, they are
Waters
lesser.
ran red with blood.
Or I should say that's a prejudiced idea, because people use it for discrimination against a bunch of different people. But like the easiest one to point to is very much racist as shit. Though we're not so different, you and I, yes, that it was a subversion of that particular line and trope, which I like. This is we've moved away from 14 and have moved into just basic storytelling now. But subverting a trope or choosing not to use a trope doesn't necessarily make your writing bad. Using tropes doesn't make your writing bad. Like, neither of these things make your writing bad. What makes writing with tropes dangerous to do is it could create a system where everything is going to happen exactly like you think it's going to happen. There's no deviation, there's no twists, there's no... Yeah. Like if you basically run a story that way, you're just gonna make what everyone's seen a million times. You are. And that's not interesting. That's kind of boring. That's the danger of writing with tropes in a very strict way. This is why I say that Stormblood's not that great, because that's what they do. That's how that works. Oh, don't die, buddy. Like that's how writing with tropes can end badly. Now, choosing to not write the trope, you're like, okay, so writing with tropes is bad. Like people like think that way, right? And they think that, okay, so writing with tropes is a bad thing. Well, no, it depends. You can absolutely fuck with them. But if you take that lesson and you choose not to write with tropes, then actually what you're doing is you're choosing to not take the path well traveled. You're choosing to do it hard way, do it hard mode, because the reason why tropes work is because they work. Like that's why people like them. Yeah, you have to be smarter. It's not that you can't do it. It's just to do it is harder. You have to be smarter. You have to be more creative. You have to do so on and so forth. Yeah. And so subverting tropes, I actually quite a bit. Subverting tropes or playing with tropes, because that's obviously the middle ground. Like I just gave you the middle ground. Is to take a trope, but then be like, okay, so I'm gonna twist it this way, or I'm gonna twist it that way.
Yet this is far from the worst of it. Come, and I will show you. Just a little further, and you will see the end of a world.
And I really do think that you can make anything believable if you're a good enough writer. Like that's kind of just the way I work. You can do whatever you want. As long as you know what principles you're playing with and how you're playing with them. Like basically, if you understand it, you can make it ridiculous. We're gonna hit this button. It's gonna suck for me. There we go. Yeah, because basically the part that when people tend to rail against writing and say, hey, that's bad writing, is if you're stretching what they're considering as possible in a way that doesn't make sense or in a way that people don't like. It's where your belief in it's where your belief in this story and its premise are dissolving. It's where you go, no, I don't buy that, Like that's when writing falls apart, is when you kind of go, no, there's no way that would work, So that's really what you're trying to avoid as a writer, is you want people to buy into your story. You want people to see, you know, what you're doing and how you want it to work, right? Like you want to give them enough clues to kind of figure out, okay, they're kind of going this way without entirely losing them, and also without boring them. Well, sometimes it's not even an interesting. Sometimes it's literally just like they're confused. Yeah, you want to basically invite them to this wonderful idea you have, and for them to be excited about it. That's the goal. Ah, yes, thank you for telling me the mechanic of this particular fight. He gets rid of sections of the floor. I'm here. He's a big boy. I'm not really sure what the vibe is for this. I would make the joke that I'm thinking of, but y'all haven't seen that. Like my stream has not seen, so I can't use it yet. It would have been a 13 reference, but we haven't done 13 yet. There we go. Ooh, that's always very scary. I never can see it. The second one is always the other one, but the first one, fuck, I never see it. Ow. Where did they fall off? we're finishing base Shadowbringers today. The stream might go a little long.
Well, well, you prevailed. Nevertheless...
Your performance was underwhelming, and I remain unconvinced of your worthiness. Oh, you tower over your misbegotten ilk, no doubt. But should I bring my full strength to bear, well, you would be as leaves in the wind. The gulf between us is a reflection of the disparity between the world as it was and what it has become.
Our worlds may not live up to your lofty standards, but they are our worlds, our homes, full of life and love and hope. And we won't stand by and let you destroy them!
I love this in terms of like showing just how much power he's got. Yeah.
You are a mistake. For we who have known perfection, the shattered source and these shards are ghastly mockeries of the true world. The ephemeral lives you exalt are pale imitations, utterly devoid of meaning.
Belittle us all you like, but we will rise again and again, and give the lie to your insults through word and deed. We define our worth, not the circumstances of our creation.
Ha! More prattle.
Aw, and look, he shielded his sister.
Fool, who are you? No one, nothing. Once I have reclaimed my heritage, my first act will be to expunge your stain from history's weave.
That's rude, man.
My world will have no need for heroes. Still fighting the good fight.
It is true that all we hold dear is fated to fade away. But that is no reason for us to forsake it.
To take what steps we may, and thus mark the road for those who would follow. to strive for the best of all futures. Be this not also thy purpose?
Oh, she nearly died again.
Do not presume to speak of my future. And you? Why waste your final moments in futile defiance? Weary wanderer, you've no fight left to fight, no life left to live. You see, the light will not be denied. Surrender to your fate, and let the transformation take you. Rise up in madness and fury. Devour the vermin infesting the land which is rightfully ours.
Ours? Thought you were gonna expunge me from history. Uh-oh.
Fight it. You have to hold on.
Oh no, kill the little girl.
If you had the strength to take another step, could you do it? Could you save our worlds?
All right, what do we think? Because she is plagued with indecision and doubt throughout most of her story. But also, Yuna generally tends to kind of go, I will handle this by myself. So it's kind of like, huh, which one? Yeah, like she'd be like, no, I got this. I'm gonna figure it out. Let's go. Oh, I went the other way. My bad, Andrew.
Take it. We fight as one.
This is a fantastic culmination of his story. Aardvark's character arc is great here. I do feel like it's a little hollow, though. Just a tear. And not because of Aardvark.
It's not yours to end. This is our future. Our story.
No, it can't be.
Nah, we fused.
Ah, that trick of the light. You are a broken husk, nothing more.
Uh-huh.
How can you hope to stand against me alone?
We stand together!
How... I'm surprised you can stand at all.
Man, me too.
I could not well leave matters half finished. Let expanse contract, Eon become instant.
This is the first time that we summon
Champions from beyond the rift, heed my call!
other Warriors of Light. We don't grab our friends anymore. We get other Warriors of Light.
Damn you! Damn you all! Very well. Let us proceed to your final judgment. The victor shall write the tale, and the vanquished become its villain. But come, let us cast aside titles and pretense, and reveal our true faces to one another. I am Hades, he who shall awaken our brethren from their dark slumber.
Alright, I have to explain myself a little bit about the whole hollow part. And again, not because of Ardbert. That's fantastic for Ardbert. Ardbert's story is very good. It's very well written. It's very well constructed. I have no notes on Ardbert. Ardbert's great. I don't think that we earned that power boost very much. We just kind of fall over a lot and do the same things we always do and nearly get ourselves killed. Like, it's because Ardbert's a nice guy that we're now more powerful. It's like, oof. So it does feel a little unearned. I still like it. Like, I like a lot of that scene, so don't get me wrong, that's a great scene. Just that one little tidbit is just kind of like, did we really deserve to get that double power? Because literally, it's double. He was our version on the first, so we literally just kind of absorbed our, like, part of our own soul.
Strength, and I shall expose the lie of your fragmented existence.
Wow. Wow. Where we going? That's not the main tank. Shit. Yeah, what are you gonna do about that? Ow. That hurt, Viper. Me and Rain know what's up. Just stand in the middle and take it. This was actually the strat for doing the extreme. It was literally screw trying to figure it out, screw trying to do it right, quote unquote. It caused more trouble than it was worth. Just stand in the middle. The healers will heal through it. We're going back. I don't know if that's the strat now, but that definitely was the strat at the time. So obviously once we start looking at like unsinking things, or in the case of like a lot of these, we haven't gotten here yet in terms of like, so there's these things called Unreal Trials, which essentially is old fights, old extreme fights, kind of scaled up to our current level. So I don't know if you scale it up, does it become too much damage to handle? You know what I mean? Like scaling it down, that works just fine. In fact, it works better. But scaling it up, I don't know. I don't know if that would outdo the healing that we could theoretically do, because we haven't done it yet. Oh. No? You're not just gonna hit me? That's rude. Put up his wings and everything. Most of the time they do like a big move that kind of goes, okay, you're gonna get smacked a fuck ton now. That's it. Go be in the middle. Good job, Ninja. Oh good, a thing I can spin my lilies on. There we go. Oh, that was on me. Whoops. Oh, I don't think it made it. Shoot. It's a tear too late. Ever so slightly too late. Listen, I like my blessing. I got it a long time ago and now I've gotten comfy with it. Shush you. I win. Thank you, Rain. He's like, I'm out of here. You suck. You're the worst healer I've ever seen.
Infernal strength!
How did they not die? How are they up and walking?
Now! Strike with all thy might!
Like, nah, they were incapacitated. They were knocked the fuck out. How are they now up and, like, him doing acrobatics over there? Sir Thancred? Nah, Graha only. I mean, that too. Where do they learn to do this? It's never shown to us. And Graha specifically only did one spell And it was to bring other warriors of light here. That's all Graha did. And look, you can see the actual ruins now in the background. That's a cool detail. I'd make jokes at how, who knows? I would make jokes about the whole axe thing when I'm, a white mage, but it's Ardbert. Let's be real. It's Ardbert.
Remember us. Remember that we once lived.
If that's all you wanted, you could have written stuff down and made sure it was preserved. If you wanted to be part of the history of the world, you could have just written it down. You didn't have to sacrifice millions of people. Write your memoirs. You've had thousands of years to write them. Now it's too late.
It's over. Emmett Selk is no more.
More importantly, how do you fare?
Good job, Alize.
What dost thou see?
Why are you covering your eyes? You don't need to.
Aether. It is as it used to be. As a disciple of Zodiac, the Ascian was the darkness to your light. I can but assume that when you set your strength against his, the light within you was spent.
No, it's more than that. Under the strain of that incredible flood of ether, your soul had begun to break apart. Yet now it seems somehow restored.
Ardbert's awesome.
I tried to help you before the battle, but Emmett Selk stopped me. So, how did you... exactly what did you... Can you tell us what happened?
You see, I have a very good friend who absolutely handed me the win. I didn't earn a single thing in that. I was handed the win.
I see.
Buddy, how are you walking? You are fucked up.
Where to start? I believe I owe you all an apology. And you, most especially.
Buddy, how are you alive away from the tower for so long? Let's be real. It's that one. It's absolutely the last one. She'd skim right over all the details and just go for that one.
Well, 'tis good to be awake.
And from then on, everybody loved Garaha forever. The fans are so pleased with him from now on. He is like the lost puppy dog that you never knew you lost.
So, those mad souls dove straight into the ocean over there, did they?
All I could see from here was the whale, Master Chai.
'Twas surely Alphino and those friends of his. They did something heroic, mark my words. You need only look up there for proof of that.
We do get to see that no, their sky is good.
As you say, my love. They're sure to be back any moment now. Any moment.
It wouldn't be fair to show all the others, but not theirs.
They are coming back, aren't they? I couldn't bear the thought of...
I love Julia Try. She's amazing.
There, dear. Everything will be all right. There, look! Over there, over the beach!
Oh no, I died. Oh, nope, I'm alive. We had to swim. The Bismarck was not there.
Greetings! You all right?
Welcome back!
I mean, to be fair, you did nearly die. Your character does nearly die. How is Grahatia able to swim in that condition?
We'd be swimming the whole way back. Heavens. Heavens. Take me.
Oh my god.
Alphino! Oh, hells.
Oh yeah, no, he nearly dies.
Wait! Where's Urianger?
You know, the guy who can't swim.
He must have fallen behind.
But shouldn't we look for him?
He'll wash up sooner or later.
Poor Urianger!
For the love of Alphino!
Welcome back, dear ones!
I fail. You would be the first to greet me.
Salvation come to the first.
Oh, mad that I was not called, or that she was not called. They were not called, did they?
The lamps of Amaurot will fade along with Emmett Selk's enchantments, and the depths shall be as once they were.
You can tell Rain is getting upset with Thancred for not going to look for Urianger. The animation team's been doing a good job.
Will one day fall, and the Talos below yield to wind and rain. This tale, too, will fade with time, passing into legend as the world heals and moves on. Nevertheless,
Look, we brought out the X-Arc, and he is the most disheveled you've ever seen him. He needs like 3 healers, stat. I'm not a healer.
As ether obeys the cycle, as death and decay gives way to new life.
Look at them being philosophic over there. See it? I like this. This is so cool. Look.
So too do the memories we share inspire others to rise to greatness.
And they do a cut of us too.
Before may lead those who walk after.
He's not really gone. He's with us.
Your road goes ever on, as does your story, as does your legacy.
Aardvark's so good. Aardvark's like whole story is so good. They did such a good job with it.
Such is the hero's lot, to touch the lives of countless others.
Excuse me? You're the Warrior of Darkness, aren't you? Where are you from, really? And how did you get to be so strong?
They're just happy that we didn't bring back a corpse. Let's be real. Nah, our character literally just went, it's a secret. There we go. Base Shadowbringers is over. It's long. I imagine she, of all people, would actually be probably the least affected by his face reveal. Because she was the one most worried about his safety. And so again, she's probably really happy that we didn't bring back his corpse. Yeah. Seto. I will say Seto sounds a lot better in the Japanese version. They made his voice lower and a bit more kind of like, I don't want to call it like a growl, because a growl has something like, has that kind of sound to it, but kind of in the same register. Like, it's still that nice smooth way of talking, but it's in that lower register like a growl. And they really kind of hammer in that he is a very old Amaurot. Like, he kind of has that kind of like old man kind of sound. I like English Seto too, but I do think Japan Seto is better, at least voice-wise. Yeah. However, I'm surprised you haven't asked the usual question, Andrew. Surprised. There it is. I was only a hair too early. So usually people get kind of upset with me when I say this. I put Shadowbringers in the middle of the expansions, right there next to A Realm Reborn. I think it's a little better than A Realm Reborn, but I actually put them roughly the same. And the reason why is because on a technical level, if I look at like how each scene is constructed, it's very technically well done. They're more ambitious. These characters are moving around more. These characters are more expressive and they're showing off their personalities more. So on a technical scene writing level, I like it a lot. You know, the technical polish is way up there. You could definitely tell that they got a huge boost between Stormblood and Shadowbringers when it comes to budget and time. So that's working. I do feel that a lot of mostly, but also like, okay, like I was making jokes in that ending little bit with, yeah, it's cool that, you know, your friends come and get you and they help you defeat Emmett Selk, but like they were just taken out like 5 minutes ago. Like they were on the ground, they were knocked out, they were unconscious. And so you go from, okay, how do you go from fully knocked out, fully beaten the crap out of, you know, they collapse, right? To up, doing acrobatics, giving away their ether, because that's what that is that they're literally handing you their ether to get rid of Hades. Like, they need that to heal. That's their own life force they're giving up for you, which I mean is cool. Yeah, like mechanically, like okay, how do you get from point A to point B? They don't connect that well. Like that was a hand wave thing they did to make the plot happen. But like this expansion is full of that. Or again, like with Emmett Selk, I always talk about, you know, the deal we make with him. He walks with us, he cooperates with us, we communicate with him, he's not gonna be some shadowy figure in the background, sure. And if we attempt to understand him and his perspective and what he's going for, then he gives us this inner knowledge of how the world works, right? The truth of this world, as he put it. And then we don't actually do that. For the most part, he is separated from the group. For the most part, he doesn't become a thing that like walks with us and actually spends a lot of time with us until after Ratika Greatwood. And even then, really, he shows up in Calusia right before he stabs us in the back. Like, he only really is around for a lot of time in Calusia. But we get the truth of how the world works all the way back in Ratika Greatwood. Yeah, like that doesn't connect very well. I've always talked about how the twins having a full character arc in which they become more like the other twin completely off screen doesn't feel great. Because usually you want character growth to happen on screen. Usually you do. Because that's what makes them more interesting. Now, we have spent a long time with the twins. And so I'm okay with them taking a break from the twins. They don't have to be on screen all the time. You can, in fact, let them kind of be background characters for a while. That's okay, right? But, like, take a break and then have them have this character arc in another expansion, you know, later. Like, they could have the break and be just what they were like before, fine. Like, okay. And then come back to them once people have kind of had a palate cleanser, right? They had the Thancred character arc this time, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, there are other ways to handle that isn't them have an entire character arc off screen. Yeah, but again, like, if you want, like, what you could do is just not have them have a character arc. You know what I mean? Like, the easiest thing to do would be to not give them a character arc. You know, let them stay as they were. They don't have to grow while you're not looking at them. And on the one hand, it makes them more people-like. But on the other hand, you have these characters that are changed from what they were inexplicably. Like, it's not even explained. It's just, oh yeah, we spent a year here and changed radically. And you're like, whoa. They also kind of sacrifice some characterization for plot. Again, I've mentioned a number of times that, like, and I've been saying this since she went blind, but it's real bad in Shadowbringers. Stola being blind is not handled well, just across the board. Like, that's not even a Shadowbringers problem, that's just a Y'shtola problem. So, like, there's lots of little things that kind of add up to, I wish they had handled it a little better. Like, each scene is technically impressive. Yeah, like there's little parts where they go, oh, because of her unique eyesight, there are certain scenes they put in there. But then there are other times where they ignore it entirely. Like the whole me making jokes about you don't have to cover your eyes to see her ether. You don't see. Right? Like, what would covering your eyes do? Yeah, like, again, and then they do use it. When you mistake her for Shandir, yeah. But also, they use it whenever you restore a knight to Ratika Greatroot, and she asks Rianche to paint the picture for her because she can't physically see it. Like, there's a couple of scenes like that, but, like, they're drawing attention to the fact that she's blind, and then have her do things that a blind person could not do, or would not make sense for a blind person. But again, that's the Y'shtola problem. It's real bad here because they use it as plot devices sometimes. Whereas usually they don't use it as a plot device. But that is a Y'shtola problem. That's not a Shadowbringers problem. Yeah. Yeah, she's also the smartest person in the room and also the most powerful person in the room. Like, they made her way too powerful. Let me think. So, like, again, there's lots of little things, little tiny nitpicks that I have that just add up over the course of an expansion to make me kind of go, I mean, it's fine. It works, right? Like it works just fine. There's nothing in here that breaks the plot. But because there's not a lot of cohesion between scene to scene, it does make it feel a little disjointed, just a little off kilter. And this pisses me off. The fact that they completely moved away from him when he's having his revelation, when they're letting his character arc go, when they're letting him be a character, and they go, you know who's more important? Reen. Poor Magnus. Got totally shafted by the story. Actually, you're making jokes. That is absolutely the reason why the next expansion, I hate the next expansion. I hate it so much. We'll get into it. Yeah, he's not important right now. He's just there. I hate the next expansion. I'm gonna get through it. I'm gonna have a good time. But just know that I hate the next expansion. Now, I will say, for a lot of reasons. I'm not gonna go into them because we haven't gotten there. We're still in Shadowbringers, and so we're just gonna talk about Shadowbringers. Go forth. Yeah, we're oh, you've grown so much, and then she is still doing the same shit. Exactly. And you're like, wait, but she was literally in the throes of self-doubt, like not 2 scenes ago. Uh-huh. Yeah, so a lot of the things that like that feeling you had, I have that in a lot of places in this expansion. You've earned the right to this knowledge. I have. You've earned this power to suddenly not be light corrupted anymore because it's not helpful to the plot for you to be weakened. I did. Exactly. But there's a lot like every time one of those questions kind of pops up is kind of when I'm just like, you know, like it makes me not engage with this story as much as I would like to. You've earned this knowledge. I have. You've earned this power and this light corruption not being a problem anymore because it's inconvenient for the plot. I did. I just stood there. Yeah. That's because that one was like the really obvious one, but they're everywhere. They're fucking everywhere. Well, and what gets me too is that she then goes right back to questioning herself all the time. Like now it's on a different thing. Now it's questioning her ability to save you and trying and like, should we fight Emmett Selk? And I'm like, okay, that's great. But it's still the same stuff. It's just no longer about Thancred anymore because Thancred's had his character arc and therefore, nope, that's resolved. Okay, cool, I guess. I will say Thancred's character arc itself was very good. And again, I love Ardbert's. I'm gonna talk nice things now. I loved Ardbert's character arc. No, she didn't. It was all about... Okay, so... This is where I kind of have to talk mechanics and shop a little bit. Like, this is where I have to kind of be a dick. And just talk about, like, mechanical things. Yeah. Reen exists to further Thancred's character arc. And that sounds really mean, but it's true. All of her things, all of her self-doubt, all of her whatever is in service to Thancred getting over Minfilia's death and to kind of atone for the mistakes he perceives that he did when he was with Minfilia. That is Reen's entire purpose for being in this plot. I wish that were not true, but mechanically and thematically, that's why she's here. She exists to serve Thancred's character arc. So once Thancred's character arc was done, she is just a regular character. She does not get anything else. And if that sounds icky to anybody, it is. Oh, she's got a name, and then she got nothing else. She got a name. As a representation for him getting over Minfilia, too. Mm-hmm. Right, because that's not a thing in Fantasyland. But yeah, I would say a lot of like the how did we get here scenes is what I'm gonna call them from now on. The how did we get from point A to point B scenes aren't working well. And again, they sacrifice characters for plot. That's gonna be you're gonna hear that a lot when I critique certain things that I'm not a fan of, because in the writing process, and I don't know if it's the same for video games, because I know that there's more to video games than just the plot. But normally, away from a video game context, when you sit down to write a story, one of the first things that you do is you write an outline. And I know that everyone who's been to like an English class in high school has heard the word outline and has cringed. I don't mean an essay outline. That's different. And honestly, this outline can be whatever you want because it's your personal project. It doesn't have to be turned in for, grades. But you need to write an outline. And what this outline does, right? But that's not what this is. This is just the flow of a story from the beginning to the end. Oh, that's a good picture. And so you map out, okay, I need the plot to work like this, in this general shape, right? I need to go from here to here. And the entire point of like the actual prose writing or the actual script or the whatever, right, is to get you through this outline in the most believable way as possible. And characters are not real people. That's mean to say, but that's what it is. Characters are not real human beings. They exist to serve the story. So either you have to have characters that will naturally, as part of their characterization, lead you through the plot, or are thematically relevant to the plot. So if you make a character that, for some reason, would not engage with this plot, or you have to break them in half to get the plot to work, you've done a bad, right? You've not done something correctly. You either need to rework your outline to make them fit better before you start writing. This is before you even like put pen to paper. Before you start writing. Or you need to adjust the character. Wow. That's true. Or you adjust the character to fit your plot better. You don't break them in half to make plot happen. Or you don't put them in situations in which the plot cannot function. Okay. I don't know if she's still going, but I'll check before I end. Okay, awesome. She usually is at this time, but I don't know because I'm going a little long because I'm waiting for, you know, credits. But yeah, like instead of breaking existing characters in half to make your plot go, adjust your plot or adjust the character somehow. That's what giving them a character arc is making it to where the end product functions for the end of your plot. That's what a character arc is for. And also to, you know, make them feel like real people, but like that's a side benefit. So, in every other media, this is like how you go. Like, and honestly, you can usually tell when a writer hasn't done a plot outline because they usually don't know how to end a story. They just kind of go and go and go into forever. Looking at you, One Piece. So like, yeah, not everyone does an outline, but an outline usually makes a better story. And so I think that their outline needs some tweaking, some work. Or they need to think about it a bit more. And again, I don't know. I do know that a lot of the times writers are brought in late into development, and usually things like characters and mechanics and stuff are already kind of made. Which is not great. That does make their life harder. But again, then you adjust your plot. Like, the plot doesn't exist until you write it. The plot doesn't exist until you have, you know, the end product. Until it's, you know, on paper and actually made, it's just in your head. So yeah, I think, and also that could also explain a lot of the how did we get here moments, because again, that shows that they're thinking of like, oh, this would be a cool scene to have, or this would be a cool moment to have, and they're not actually doing an outline. Again, I don't know. I'm not part of their game dev team. But a lot of that connective tissue just ain't connecting right. And again, they're breaking their characters into pieces to get things to happen. And I'm telling you right now, there's no way to fix Stola. She's been given a very specific amount of character traits that make writing with her nigh impossible. That's why they nearly kill her every expansion. Or they remove her from the plot somehow. There's no way to fix your Stola now. They'd have to somehow depower her permanently. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of where I'm at too. It's kind of that moment of oof. Now let's go a little faster. Now that I'm done chit-chatting, I was just kind of going. But yeah, I usually put it a little bit above A Realm Reborn, because again, that technical polish is very nice. That technical polish is a lot. Like, they did so much work, and I'm not trying to say that their writing is awful, because I'm not. Their scene writing is quite good. They're doing a lot more ambitious things that A Realm Reborn could never accomplish. just because of like just how ambitious the actual scene writing is and how they've moved characters around in a scene. There are. Unfortunately, overall, the general consensus is the next expansion is not as good as this one. And you've already heard my opinions of the next one. And the one after that is contentious. Extremely contentious. Half of the community loves it. Half of the community despises it. And I've only seen the newest one once when I went through it. So this run, so I've seen the others. I've seen all the way up to Endwalker twice. Like I've already done my analysis on all of the expansions except for the one that we're on right now, because obviously we're on it right now. I was waiting until the story finished to actually go back and analyze it, because you really don't want to only use the base game as your reasons. Like I do it because, you know, we're on the base game right now. But I've already done an analysis on these stories. I haven't done that with Dawn Trail yet, which is the one we're on right now. Because the story for Dawn Trail just finished like a week ago. So. No, well. I hope she doesn't decide to raid me, because I'm literally about to end then. Like, I'm just waiting for the cutscenes to, or not the cutscenes, the credits to go. I will appreciate it, but like, I'm almost done. Gotcha. Oh no. That's okay. There we go. There's Yoshi B. That's okay. Oh, we're just here. Hang on. We're leaving. There we go. And it's raining. It took all stream, but I walked out the door and it's raining. I know. Listen, I wanted to not deal with the story right now. Oh wait, I'm still technically in base Shadowbringers. God damn it, fine. 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 Yes, you just fainted the moment you left. Yep. Okay, so a fun trend happens pretty much from the moment that you know, Urianger like offers to go with him to scope out that building. Is these two are paired together often. And honestly, the vibe they give off is either a gay couple, which they're not, but that's kind of the vibe. Or like, you know those two pushy uncles that are real nosy and try their best to kind of get you on the right path kind of vibes? That. They become that. Just as a pair. Always kind of bickering with each other. "'Tis imperative that I master magics to grant my feet purchase upon the water, or else allow me to part the sea at will." I'm glad that they found you eventually.
By your deeds has the blinding light been banished from these skies, and the Sin Eaters driven to retreat. Although our many hurts will be years in the mending, I have faith that this world and her people will one day be whole once more. With no rejoining in prospect, the Source need no longer fear the coming of an 8th umbral calamity.
And with that triumph, the future from which you came will no longer come to pass. Yet here you still stand.
So I do. I wonder if that other age continues onward somehow, cut adrift from time's flow. Or have I simply etched myself a place upon this new block of history? Either way, this is an unexpected development. As the summoner of your souls, my death was meant to release you back to your world. Yet I am very much alive, and you are still stuck here in the First.
I believe I speak for us all when I say that we are happy to postpone our return if it means your life is spared. We will seek out another way.
Nah, just kill him.
Besides, I never had any intention of rushing home. There are people here I still need to thank, and this means I might actually have time to do so.
Yet we dare not neglect our comrades in the Source. Mistress Tataru, to name but one, will be most anxious to know how things stand with us.
So, you'll just have to make the journey alone for the moment. Be sure and give a full report to our fellow scions, would you? Oh, and we'd also appreciate any news you can bring us from back home.
Then I see no reason to delay. I can open the path from here.
I imagine we each have matters demanding our attention, so let this be a farewell for us all. Send word when you've resummoned our friend. Oh, and do try to ensure she arrives within the city next time.
Of course. I shall strive for utmost accuracy. No strange forests or unplanned passengers, I promise.
People would have hated this, but I would have loved to have been completely cut off from the source this entire expansion until this moment. I would have loved it. I would have been all for it.
I'm a little relieved, to be honest. I would have been terribly lonely if everyone had suddenly disappeared. But I understand that you have to go. Safe journey, warrior of darkness. I hope to see you again soon.
Well, and it would have let the, like, this little moment of like, oh, you can go home and, give your report and stuff like that. It would make that feel more like real, quote, quote. Because we wouldn't have been able to get back to them sooner.
Just a moment while I attune the portal. Then you can be on your way. When I was a boy, many long years ago, I yearned to stand tall as the heroes of Eld. But like a fool seeking to pluck the stars from the heavens, my every attempt to reprise their deeds fell short. And then one day, an all but forgotten dream from my youth stood before me in the flesh. A hero who looked at the horizon and beyond and saw I knew not what. All I knew was that I would give anything to stand at that hero's side.
Oh yeah, I know that most people would have absolutely hated it.
So easy. The glory of the heavens was ever beyond the grasp of those who never thought to reach for it. But if I have gained anything from all of this, it is the courage to stretch out my hand. Do you hear me, Grahatia? This is no time for sleeping.
To the west gate. I want to know what's happening there.
Same as the others. Struck down with a single blow. An unfortunate day to draw guard duty.
Remember, he only kills nameless mooks.
Forgive me. These were your people.
We took advantage of this slaughter to slip into the palace. 'Tis not for me to grieve them. That was the Emperor! Wait! Ugh. Your radiance!
Gaius, you've missed your part in this, I'm afraid.
Identify yourself, demon!
You were hoping for the Ascian? The Craven shed this skin and fled, rather than face me. A pity. I was looking forward to crossing blades with myself. But I cannot deny the feeling of satisfaction. Body and soul reunited at last.
For no reason.
What now? The game continues, but the pieces have changed.
Only if we trust in a paragon's words. A mistake I do not intend to repeat. Gaius!
He speaks the truth. Elidibus is gone. Tore a hole into the rift.
Hand waved. Magic. Fuckery.
Xenos, my foolish, greedy son.
A wizard did it.
Was a second life not enough? Was the Empire too rich a prize to ignore? True freedom for our nation, our people, will never be won by a spoiled princeling. The burden of this throne is beyond you.
'Tis you, father, who have struggled with this burden. Simply holding the Empire together has occupied your limited faculties. But you may take comfort in knowing that I have no intention of pursuing your tedious agenda. Nor am I interested in ruling over the Empire's lands. I came only to remove that which ruins my sport. I will not have my prey stolen by your petty wars and cowardly weapons.
You would kill me just for that.
I need no other reason. Any and all who interfere with my hunt will not do so twice!
But I've already kicked your ass. How would it be a hunt?
I heard the Ascians speak of Zodiac and Eidolon. Even the will of this star is but a construct of our own making. We shall gorge upon their strength, and then, my friend, our contest shall begin anew.
I'm not your friend.
Xenos!
Yeah, it's just like, dude, I don't care. Like, he is so far beyond what I give a shit about. Sure, and that's fine. But like, okay, so here's what our Warrior of Light is occupied with right the fuck now. We got rid of the Empire having a war against us because literally Xenos just killed his command, like the commander of the army, so yay. No, not really. All of my friends are still stuck on a source. Like, yeah, like all the people that reasonably the player and the character would care about, they're on the first, which means they're so far away from what Xenos can do, and he would never go after Kataru. She's way too far into, like, he wouldn't get that far. Like just like logistically, especially in his own body. Like he was better placed in like the regular Garlean body, because no one would be looking for a Xenos in that body. Anyway. But like most of your friends are on the first, and their bodies are basically dead in, you know, the what's it called? The Rising Stones. So largely they're like, he can't touch them. He has no way of getting to the first. Yeah, they're in a coma state. They're basically dead. And our character is moving around between the first and the source to help fix that problem. So even our character is largely inaccessible to him in a plot kind of way. So they're bringing him back to be annoying in a state in which, like, our character, like, they're not thinking of Xenos at all. As far as our character is concerned, that's a dead old problem. Sure, but I want you to see the structures in place here. I'm showing you the structures in place. His purpose in the plot is just to be annoying to the player and the character, but he can't even do that right because there's no way to get to me. Sure, but remember, characters exist to serve the plot. I've already talked about this. He's a character, which means he should serve the plot, and he doesn't. He's just there to be annoying. Like, he serves no purpose. Why are you here? Why bring him back to life? He serves no purpose. I can't even. He's a waste of page time. That doesn't serve the plot. No. We'll get into him later. I hate him. And bringing him back just makes it worse. Hello. Oh, that's nice. Oh, good. Nothing of consequences happened while you were away. Okay. See, look at that shit. They could just done that for the characters. Nothing happened, don't worry. Status quo has been maintained. Thank you. All is unchanged and well. Thank you. Everything is as I left it. Completely. Hey, Unicalhi, it's been like an entire expansion. Do you have things to talk about at all? Hey, Unicalhi. No? There's a whole thing about light and dark and unbalance. This is kind of his thing. Yes. I think I did this one. I'm glad. I'm sure you can guess who they tracked down, considering we just saw him. The two most terrifying people in the world, Kryl and Tataru. They found a man who literally moves around constantly and does not want to be found. They can track down anyone. Like a mafia family. Wait, what? Am I? Oh, shit. Nothing happened. You saw nothing. Never. I have an entire expansion of it. I have an entire expansion to go, Rain. His very simple morality. He sees things in black and white. So, to answer your question about, you know, will the first get bigger? No. Because most of the world is still a wasteland. And not healthy for, like, anybody to actually inhabit. Yeah. There you go. There's their moment, Andrew. Right there. As the beginning of a side plot. Oh my god, do you recognize that? Okay. Now we're done. Have a good night, everybody. Gonna find me a spot to sit. There we go. Have a good night, everybody.